And I'm back. Sorry about that. And a thermal event. Okay. Alright, so I had a thermal event. What does that mean? It means things suck. I'm not sure why the fans aren't turning up. Let's do some searching. Guess I need to do some searching. Thank goodness for recovery. Didn't really lose my code. That's good. What a pain. Alright, well, I shall return. Right, let's try to see if I can add text. Good times. Alrighty then. Haha. It's perfect. Sits on the old monitor. Wow, it's perfect. I'm talking to move my monitor. Oh, well. All right. So, one of my hobbies is I grow my own koji, which is a basically a molded rice. Aspergillus oryzae. Anyway, to make like amazake and koji pickles and sake and things like that. Basically, it's a molded rice. Anyway, within that, I have an incubation box. I spread the tane koji, or the spores, onto steamed rice. It's a humidity and temperature controlled wooden box. And I have ultrasonic humidifier and fans and a heater, and what that does is circulate the air inside, as well as keep the temperature and humidity in the correct places to make all of the growing happy. So anyway, I bought one of those fans. Nice little circular fan, real small, constant speed. Hopefully it won't be picked up with a mic. We'll see. Beyond that, we'll see if that keeps the old laptop cool. Good times. All right, where was I? Coding. Yes. Kind of afraid to turn on the old. Do I stream the game or blow up my computer? Save often. Save all the time. All right, we'll see how the hell this works. Alrighty then. Filing the old program at some point. I think I need to look into royalty-free stream music. Get that playing. I know it could be like everybody else, play our Spotify list, but I don't understand. I get caught. Guild of Training. All right. All we got here is basically getting. Hopefully be all right. Not too far away from this. I may scoot it here. Get closer to the screen. So yeah, basically, we have some horizontal offsets, and up to 150, 100, 150, 200, 250. 175. 225 and 27. Save, touch the computer. Doesn't feel as hot. We'll see. Something screwed up. Strength, dex, con. It's 125. There we go. $1,552, 250, 75, 25. Okay. And now, if I were to go to say, make everything offset by 200, there we go. It's too much, but yeah, that works. 25 maybe. Yeah. Let's go for bigger name. Yeah. Just going through the old stats. There we go. Show them stats. Right, next we'll show line 4. Sure. Weapons! Scream it! Let's see what column. Second column. And we'll attempt to put this in here. Character. Weapon. Equipped. Equipped. Oh. I think it's selected weapon. Weapon name. Broadsword. Nice. Which does. You'll echo my mic because it's bouncing off of things. All right, so let's do W is equal to is this a prime? What is this? Weapon is of type weapon. Okay. CH inventory items. Great. Join. Trying to get warm, but yet the fan is defeating the warmth. Good. We'll see. Next thing, we'll probably have electrical fire. I do not want electrical fire. Be bad. Alright. Weapons, equipment, weapons. I think I could just do this right now. Do array. Select W dot weapon name. Our name. Right, that's the armor. Let's see what that looks like. Nice. Now, what I can do is put on the side information about the weapon and armor. Now we're going to put in thinking. Dungeon scene. Nope, just grab and paste here. I'll just take this. That's gonna be a little starting on 6. Inventory. And we will start something like this. I'm gonna put not quite like this though. W list. Oh, of course not. It's weapon inventory /R. Armor inventory. Dagger. Nice. There we go. Nice. Still keeping it cool. Oh, funny. Let's call that inspect party members instead. So let's go to not guild players, but to the guild. And this is where we construct the menu. Add each item as a menu item. And go down to training. Well, I don't want to call it training. Let's call that party member inspection. And I just want to call that rich parties. Excuse me. Registered parties, change an active party. So, party member inspection. So, then the next menu from this point would be you're going to select a character, and then the next menu is going to accept a character as one of its initialization parameters. And then decisions can be made based off of that character. So next screen will end up being. Now what I could do is let's take a look at the menu on the inspect parties. I am building out the screen now. I'd have to create. Say I want to reuse this block of information. So either I gotta make it a static variable, a static function, or duplicate it in my class, or and such. So I could put this onto an interface as a static function. And what would that look like? I'm going to grab all of this. I'll go to the menu screen. Go to screen, for example. Like static void player information block. Sprite batch. Right now. Just kind of closes off for now. In here, it's a static, right? Yeah, I'm gonna hit stop on this. So let's say, let's go back to, not at the inn, the guild. And we'll just grab that. Place this. Now, what we don't have is this. So, we do need a character. Okay. And just for now. Rename that too. Take this off. Actually, take all that off. There. This looks like it could be static. Yes. This needs GS. So, game session. Yes. Game engines G. Also fill it in because we might need it. Alright, static function. That way, if I... These are very much capable. Parameters. So... Is this the whole thing? No. This is no. Oop, yep, I need to fix that. Fix it bound. And then dungeon scene. No. Menu screen dot. Their information block sprite badge. Sprite badge. G. SG. This. New item. I don't think that's all. Here. This can go away. This stays. And then we go back to here and take out that portion of it. Don't want this here. There. There we go. Now we have a standard block, reusable block, which I will want to use somewhere else. And essentially, in all actuality, I would probably want, this is kind of based off of these vectors X, so. In reality, let's see here. I've extracted the code from that class that essentially what it does is it creates, but you can't see it right now because I'm running. I'll just go ahead and run it for now. Has a stat block. You know, information about selected character. And what I'm trying to do is, the common things are, it's going to draw into what's called a sprite batch. That's basically your drawing screen. And with that, it needs to know, like, upper left corner to start. Upper left corner. Look at the camera. And right backward. So what, up here? And here? Here? Somewhere up here? Somewhere back here? Get that louder, quick. Again. Anyway, you start in a corner and draw your stuff. So you basically know you need to know where the pivot point is. Some of that formatting is not baked out of this function. It'd be nice to basically say, I should be sending in a coordinate as to where to start. Because you see here on the side, this thing, there's this side. It's putting an offset of 300. Well, if I were to put this block on another screen, 300 might be completely off to the side. And I'm trying to tell it exactly where to go. So instead, well, here's what we'll do. I don't need the width as of yet, so I'll go ahead and we'll get rid of that. And of course, this is going to cause it to stop the program again. That's okay. I'm going to go ahead and grab this computation. No. I'm going to say, rename this to menu item XY. And I can grab this and yeet all of that out. There we go. Now everything is referential from that point. Then let's go back to where I call it, which is not there. So, there it is. Now we'll grab this, which is a vector now, and we'll put it here and take this out, and I don't need that anymore. There. No more errors. Now we truly have a player information block. Give me the upper left coordinate, and it will draw. So if I put this on another screen, it'll start the block wherever upper left. It'll start wherever you say to start it. Yeah, so what I did was started off with use case, build out my block as I need it in the area that I need it, and then now I retrofit. All right, now how can I extract this into a reusable piece of code? And that's what I did. And it seems that it should sit on an interface to handle all the screens, which really are all the menu screens. So we'll see how it works. Expand it a little bit. There we go. Start. Let's go to the guild hall. We'll go to the party member inspection. Yeah, nice. And there it is. So Treptera has an inventory of dagger. So does Natasha. Bob doesn't have any inventory. No one else has inventory. Cool. I have to go to parts weapons and say Treptera. Weapons. Here's your weapon lists. You can scroll down. I'll see that this is tagged as equipped to let you know, hey, this is equipped. Now, I didn't see it. Where is this? One moment. the son stopped by and said hello. Had a toy. I had to take a look at the toy. It's good. Don't really have a mechanism. Did the hard mic mute. Yeah, no, he growing up, my dad's a avid target shooter, and so Grandpa was spending some time with my children out there shooting targets, and yeah, I was able to see a device, so that was nice. Cool. All right, so well, I did notice a problem. Dagger should show that it's in inventory. So, but so that's parts. Parts weapons. And on the drawing side of it. Now, here we go. This is interesting that this did not come up. Chosen fighter parts. Oh, Treptera, yep. And if I look at the items here, which you cannot see, that's where is it? There it is. Yay. Alright. Laptop is still nice and cool. Good. Alright. So, equipped weapons. Mundane dagger inventory item. I bet if I say contains, it wouldn't contain that. So let's do some hot fixing here. Fresh. And let's do some show and tell. Not so large. Too tiny. Yeah, it's about. Alright, so now I'm going to go into the code here, and that's not the right kind of contains. This object was not going to have the same reference as what would be in this list. So we're going to have to do something a little different. That would be simply var found equal this kind of stuff. Could say something like this, where like so. We need a double equals and C. Here. Keyboard. There we go. Alright, and then say first or default async. No. There's nothing, there's no actual IO going behind here, so we don't want to do that. It's found. Then we simply say if found does not equal no, right, so if I hit now, okay. No. Alright. What? Oh, here we go. Yeah, classic. See, this is a scope problem. Okay? This W here, you're basically saying, hey, I'm going to create what's called an anonymous. You're going to create a function on the fly. It's only going to exist inside of this where. And doing so, I am saying I want a parameter W. Because where is going to want to send W. to whatever I write. I'm writing, yeah, anyway. Well, we just change that to inventory, or INV. I spell right now. Take out that because that's not what you want to do. Take this. Now that's always going to be a true. What happened is that, hey, does A equal A? Well, of course, A equals A. Or does 1 equal 1? Yes, 1 equals always 1. At least it should. And therefore, I have everything is in my inventory, which is lying to you. All right. There we go. Now we have just the dagger. That's the proper way to determine if you have it in the inventory. Now what I could do is, on detection that this is in fact in the inventory, down in trade and procurement, there's also going to be a list of items, but just your inventory items. Because of that, you get to pick it, and once you pick that item, you go to confirmation. Do you wish to sell or not? And when you go to that confirmation, you're going to send into that confirmation the item that's going to be removed from the inventory if you say yes. So, but if I'm already in the weapons section and I hit this, I could actually have another option here. Purchase another dagger for whatever reason. I'm going to purchase another dagger. Or sell, or no. As a potential idea. Otherwise, yeah, you'd have to go down here. I mean, I do like being able to separate functionality. You do this thing here and only this thing here, but also have the experience, ease of use. It's a little bit of a design question. Probably going to leave it out. This is just information. What I could do is say, hey, this is a... No, I won't. This is the, hey, this is a... already in your system. So, yeah, we'll back out. Armor is not going to work. That's because I have to go to the armor side of things. And do the same thing. So, screen parts, weapons parts, armor. Expand that. I'm going to go find what's creating the screens. And here's the if is containing is incorrect. Now do the same sort of thing. Hopefully not duplicating the same error I did before. So what I'm going to say is var found is equal to, right? Where? W? Not WC. Inventory. NV. Armor name is equal to frozen armor. No. A. Yep, A from the top. A dot armor name. First or default. And then you're going to check to see if that's actually empty or not. If found is not equal null, we have found you, and here we go. And there we go. There's nothing to be found because they do not own. They don't own it, which is fine. All right, let's go back to the guild hall. Member inspection. Inventory. Got food working. Should bring on the game music a little bit. Let's see here. Need some dubious slime for test purposes. Roxy is visibly upset from dubious slime. We notice that Roxy has been reduced to 3% of her total life at 1 hit point. So, Roxy is going to have to go sleep this off. Go back to rest and recovery. Roxy will spend the night. Gotten back a health point. Alright. Another night. It's not cutting it so well, so let's just rest the entire day. Still not quite there yet. Let's go for the entire week. Oh, there we go. Nothing like a little, nothing like a little bit of foodborne disease at the old choke and puke. So yeah, it's kind of fun. All right, see how this works. Awful tiny. Some stuff around experimenting. Apologize. Alrighty, so we're going to set out and let's have some dinner at the old boar's snout. Go in. We got our food and drink. So we'll go ahead and go in. And here we go. Who's going to eat? Let's have Roxy eat. And everything looks pretty good here. But we do not know what dubious slime is. Let's try out the exquisite dubious slime dish. Roxy is visibly upset from the dubious slime. Apparently, this is not a well-known menu item, and has reduced Roxy down to 3% of her entire life. Roxy's going to have to go sleep it off. Alright, that's not so good. Good rest and recovery. Roxy, go for a night. Alright, got not so, that's still not too good. Go for a whole day. Not so good. Yeah. Or we're going to have to stay an entire week of rest. Gotta get that dubious slime out of the system. Almost there. Okay, one more back. There we go. Full recovery. Roxy will be probably putting a very bad review for the boar's snout in tavern. Unfortunate for them. Anyway, yeah, that's a little test food item to make sure everything else works. Okay, let's see if I can keep this thing going. Guild Hall, party member inspection. We have our party members. And then I don't hit the B button. There we go. I would like to expand on the weapon information, so let's go to now the dot menu screen to go find my information block. There it is. Alright, so we got that. So if I go and find where it says weapon inventory, no, not weapon, weapons. Weapon name. Okay, so what if I did this? Column plus 100. And now we're going to put in a weapon description, damage description. How about we not do the raw function name? Actually call the function. It's much more over. Too far over. 200. Right. And on armor, let's do that also a plus 200. Give it some space for longer armor names. Description. That's not what kind of description I want. Why did this decide to put the word vector in here? I know it's a vector. Quite interesting. Okay. Not armor description. We're gonna have to do something like, see, we got bludgeoning, bludgeon DC. Now this would be fun. Legend. Bludgeon slash piercing. Corporeal. Hello. Thanks, William, for giving me a raid so much. Thank you so much. I believe William streams game design. He's working on his game. Yeah, I certainly appreciate it. Appreciate bringing your everyone here to me today. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm currently working on Dungeon of Treptera, which is a computer RPG, the old retro style RPG. Basically, it's a dungeon crawler. It's written in C#, and I'm using the Mono game engine. Thank you, Todd, for joining. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yes. borrowing some music from my game. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Hope you had a good stream. I've been basically watching Boolean until I had some power outages, delaying my own stream. I was able to get that going, and that was perfect. So yeah, and then I had a thermal event like I thought I would. So I had to go fetch a fan, and now it's blowing on my laptop. So now I could play my game, code it, stream it, and not have it just simply just go poof. Good times. So yeah, let me kind of show off a little bit of the game, if you don't mind. Certainly appreciate that. All right, so let's kind of start from the beginning, I guess. So yeah, this is always been wanting to make a game since, I don't know, since I was before high school. Been out of high school a long time now. And that started in the old Apple II. And now, finally I go, hey, the cobbler doesn't have shoes, why doesn't the programmer have his own game? Good question. So let's make a game. Let's make that game. So that's what I'm going to try to do. I use, basically it's going to be 2D graphics on the mono game. I chose mono game mainly because I like the programmatic, well, I'm a programmer, so it gives me that programmatic flexibility. It's doesn't have like your typical scene and nodes and such as other game engines, so you have to like build all of that. So I'm only building exactly what I need. Right now it's pretty much a slideshow game, so there's not a lot of graphics in this necessarily. Now I did on itch. I have a Virus Blaster game, which is basically a fixed shooter. I kind of wanted to explore more of the capabilities of mono game and get those going. So I did that, and then I went back to Dungeons and Treptera. So yeah, basically it's going to be a single player at the moment. This originally started out as a web service. Basically, it's a website game. It was running as a web server itself, and you used your browser to play the game. I've been converting it over to mono. So yeah, essentially, you have you're in your town, get your welcome center. You have your description of, you know, what is this place while you're here. Then in the adventure guidance, it basically will describe what are stats, you know, what are weapons and armor, and your iconic roles: fighter, thief, cleric, and mage. And you get into your specialized roles, which could be your sage, wizard, a minstrel, a ninja, paladin, and a wild. First shot, thank you so much for joining. I certainly appreciate your follow. Thank you. Ooh, I've now met 60 followers. Thank you so much. Then you have, so now you have the guild hall, and you have create a new party, adventure recruitment. You can go into your registered parties. You can have multiple parties. You can set up to play with, and then you can have inspections into your party itself, which I'm currently working on. So I went down the route of creating some menu systems. They kind of got unwieldy. Thank you, Mom. I'm going to probably mispronounce your username, but I think it's Mikri or Miker. Thank you so much for following. Appreciate that. And the menu system was unwieldy, and I had to kind of figure out, okay, how can I break this back down to more of a generic use? And, or, you know, make these things a little more generic, a little more friendly as me as the developer, so the future me doesn't pull his hair out completely. And so that means a big step back in development because I had some screens already, but now I got the system in place. I'm already rapidly being able to finish out the menus the way I kind of want them, and it just makes sense going from one menu to the next, and it helps quite a bit. So yeah, it's been a good thing to do. So on the side of the code wise, it's like I have all, well, you won't be able to see it, I guess. I kind of pushed it out, but I have several classes that I'm going to get rid of because they're no longer good, type of thing. So yeah, so the menu, oh, I got into the menu. I got into the code side a little bit too much. I'm trying to talk about the game. So yeah, you have Guild Hall. You have the boar's snout, which basically that's where you get your food, to get basic kind of battle buffs that last for so many turns. You also have rest and recovery, just where you get your hit points back by spending some gold and sleeping. Get your hit, and then jobs and quests are essentially added things to the game to give you some secondary goals. Go into the maze and find a lost princess, or find a crown, or find a sword, or find food, or something like that. What I've been working on. So here's your rest and recovery. Gives you a little bit of information about your character. You could then go pick a character, and you choose who you want to rest, and for how much, which all needs to be game balanced. And so you got to build the game, and then you turn around and make the game. Still in the build the game side, then the good old times of doing that. Food and drink, same sort of thing. You pick what to eat and drink. This will be dynamically generated based off your progress. Could increase, or you'll have more different menu items as your characters go up and such. Also, you can find special ingredients in the dungeon to get more boons. In this particular case, you could go in, try out some very free dubious slime. And so you do so. Draknar is now visibly upset from the dubious slime. It's because it reduces hit points to 1. Not so good food. This is a experimental dish that will probably be thrown right out. So now he has to go sleep it off. So then we go to rest recovery. I'll probably spend, say, a week of resting. And he's going to have to spend another week of resting. There we go. 2 weeks sickness. Bad food. Now, of course, it's a little bit of a joke, but basically I needed to test to make sure the end worked, so I needed something to cause him damage. Bart's weapons. So once again, so you see some elements that kind of repeat. That's part of the refactoring of the code, is to allow it to allow me to take this like a character selector list and put it in other menus where it makes sense. The old ways, I'd have to rebuild it from scratch every time I did it. That's not so good. This goes off an inventory system. It's going to tell you if you already have it in inventory, or if you have it equipped. A little note will show up as equipped. Like say short swords equipped. So if you could grab a sickle, say yep, I want that. And then the sickle, I have a little flavor text, says local lord conscripted farmer approved. Good for harvesting fleshy bits. Little tongue-in-cheek explanations. Yeah, you can purchase it, and Silverleaf is too poor to purchase that item. Doesn't happen. Delays a little bit, and then goes back to the street. Yeah, same thing for armor. Now, depending on your class of your character, you're going to see a different list based off of what your characters can have. You have Arcadia, which basically goes in, and these are like mystic capabilities, whether it's going to be ninja scrolls, or it's going to be spells or enchantments and things like that. So a little stop action says, hey, you can't do that, and if you try to do it anyway, it'll tell you, hey, he's a fighter, he had nothing to learn from here. Oh, okay, I'll hit back. If you go to Bob, you can then learn, master, or purchase more spells. So you need to work on those. Yeah. Gnarled Rut. Go through and basically say, okay, what do you want to do? I want to purchase potions. Right now, only thing you can do is potions. Bob is a cleric, he has salves. Mage, potions, and vials. You get to toss vials, they explode. Yes. Hello, Todd. Yeah, how long have I been looking at this game? So this game, I fully started the game about September of 23, so about 2.5 years now coming along. I've been hoping to have the mono game version 1.0 out, hopefully by third quarter. We'll see. But yeah, we'll see. It'd be nice to kind of get that kind of out going. Be my first kind of Steam game, I believe. But yeah, it's about 2.5 years. And I still have a partial built out. Actually, I have more functionality built out in the website, but I've kind of stopped it completely, and I'll need to rebuild the website, I think, if I want it web-based. Because the idea behind web-based is like you could host it, but then I'm like, well, that's a web. How do I sell that on Steam? How do I make that work? So, like, I really want to kind of make it a self-contained game like this. Now, it doesn't mean that you wouldn't be able to have the online version of this. Also, on the online version, I had complete online admin tools that allow you to create the maze, create the weapons, and armor, and items, and spells. So a lot of that stuff is sitting in wait, completed. I need to put it back into the game. So yeah, this game will have the ability to go ahead and say modify and create your own experience if you want to. So you can go in and create your own levels. You can have well, right now it's 10 levels. It's 30 by 30 rooms. You could then create your entire monster, all your monsters and their abilities and their levels. How, things that controls it are how does it generate those mobs or monsters. I think. No, I don't. I took it off. Well, what happens if I do? Nope. I was just checking something. So so you could then create your monsters, your spells, your abilities. It's basically data driven, and so I'll be adding those edit screens into this at some point. Because I need to use them myself to start balancing and creating information off the actual game. So over here you got the adventure awaits section, and I'm going to be getting that plugged back in shortly. So yeah, you can have places to buy your spells. You can have places to buy your items. So this, I'll have more items there as well. And then of course the inevitable, you're going to have times where your characters have expired, they stand in fire for too long, and they're now lumps of coal. You need to bring them back. So you attempt to do that here. I'll need to put those items and capabilities there. So yeah, it's been fun. I use Kevin MacLeod, MacLeod, MacLeod. He has a lot of either public domain or Creative Commons 4.0 licensed. Basically, just give him credit. He gets royalty free for your games to use. I went through and chosen a selection of those for the game. And then I had also turn around and do all the artwork. So this is all the programmer art. I use MS Paint currently to do all my artworks of all the monsters. I have about 300, 400 monsters. You kind of see those as a portrait slideshow at the top there on the screen. So yeah, we have essentially the battle works by showing a portrait of the monster, and then you have your classes or all your characters, and then you go through and assign what they want to do, and it's turn-based combat, and one group is going to win, and rinse and repeat. So kind of in the background, I kind of have a movie of back when I had the dungeon. Moving through the dungeon, that's what the dungeon looks like. That system is still in place. It's got to be plug it back in visually with the new menu system so that get that to work. So yeah, it has been a journey, as it were. So myself, I do programming as a job, but then also I have a hobby, so it's kind of a blessing and a curse type of thing. So yeah, kind of a real brief overview of the game. At some point, I'll be doing more actual playing the game and have that more of an experience on my channel here. But yeah, for now, I figured if I'm going to be sitting and working on this in the evenings, I might as well share what I'm doing. So a lot of times it is heads down, and I don't speak too much and try to explain what I'm doing, but sometimes you really get heads down. And if you like to watch me type code and you can ask questions about it, I'll try to answer as much as I can. So yeah, we'll go ahead and been working on the guild hall and kind of getting these. So this is like a base character picture menu, but then I've added some extra capability, which is now, hey, I want to show information about the character you're scrolling through. So this would be a good source of information when you look up, hey, what are my characters wearing? What are they doing again? That's where I'll put it here. Well, hello, White Vault. Appreciate you stopping by. White Vault is also a fellow developer. He does a lot of great pixel art on his stream. I'll give him a shout out here. There we go. And he's working on several games simultaneously. Very great games he's working on, and yeah, give him a check out. No. I'm amateur and actually comes to this stuff. Right, I have typed in something into my computer. Where is it? Undo. Okay. Oh, there it is. I was in the process of trying to make sense of the armor. Right now it's a bunch of list of numbers. I don't like that too well, so let's see how this works. Boolean rated her earlier, and he also he's making a game, I believe in I can't remember. Let's go take a look. So what do you Boolean, if you happen to be here still, what are you doing it in Godot or? No, another gentleman stopped by. That's kind of. Yeah, no. Nope, you're good. Also, I'm new to streaming, so if you do see scuff action, that's a bit more scuff than you're used to, I suppose. All right, trying to determine where was I? What was I doing? My train has completely went over the edge. Completely over the edge. Okay. So yeah, if you kind of use MonoGame before, you might see some constructs, like the idea of a batch sprite batch and things like that. I have been working on trying to use scratch space or virtual screens. Paint on those and then turn around and paint those onto the main menu or the main screen. Well, thank you, Billion. Thank you for stopping by. I was thinking your game is being written in Godot, but if I'm wrong, please let me know. But yeah, absolutely. Thanks for entrusting your viewers to me. Hopefully I will give them some entertainment, or at least something different. Appreciate that. You have a good one. Excellent. Yep. Yeah, I'm too far gone to, I was looking at Godot as an engine, and I'm like, oh, I have to convert this into Godot. I have to rewrite everything from classes. I'm like, oh. So I went rogue. Have a good night. Inventory. Let's see what we got. Let's see. What does this look like? Ludge. This is kind of slash. Here's. I spelled it wrong. Ghost. Supernatural. Nah. Just say corporeal. Yeah, maybe. Of course, you don't get to see that because I turned that off, so let me show that again. Get the old side-by-sides going. Little shrinkage. There we go. And then a little description of the numbers out there. Probably should put up here, damage. TFG. In the wrong place. I like the fact that you can have some hot reload, hot fix stuff here. How about we just say damage? Yeah. Okay. Oh, just gonna do that for now. Excuse me. Let's go here. I'm gonna put a little note. This does not strain much. All right, I'll note to myself that information is going to go all over the place. So we'll see how that goes. Awesome. Punch the mic. Apologize for blowing your eardrums out. Check the surface of my laptop, make sure it's not overheating again. That's not. It's good. Good times. All right. Register parties. You can select out. All right, the doomed. Oh, Pickle Rick is hurting. Hey, I don't have hit points on this. Let's do that. It's going to be Tatsu95. Thank you so much for following. Appreciate that. Thank you. Oh. All right, so now we're going to have XP. Let's put it here. Everything gets shifted down, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, it's okay. Two, 3, 4. Vim, I do not use. I know, it makes me I know. I don't use a full text header. I know. Okay. Character name is not what we have here. Instead, we're going to have HP. Probably should explain that a little bit better instead of saying something like that. But thinking it would be nice. To do this. Let's go to Constitution. Grab the image processor. So a lot of things that I needed, like helpers and such. I have a lot of extension-like methods. Created extension methods off of like the texture 2D object or the font, so I can kind of keep a functionality to draw onto a space consistent within the game design. So you'll see these like draw text, draw texture. The idea would be is I'm going to keep track of the location, from a given upper left coordinate. Given the font size, I know how tall the font is for like a line of text. So now you have a 1 through however many lines. It's a line of text from that starting point. It's going to keep track of the number of pixels it moves over per character as it draws things out, so that you can start and stop from the last time you've drawn the screen. I also included, like when I say draw text, I have a color code system that starts with a tilde, 0 through 9, A through F, to give it 16 different colors. Give that capability, kind of the old DOS text game colors there. That way I can inline colors with the text. Just little things like that to kind of help out with creating basically kind of a text game. And here I'm going to go ahead and put in a hit point. But did I hit paste yet? I don't think I hit paste yet. There we go, paste. We're going to insert. Okay, so we got match up to the right location, but we're going to start. We're not going to have an offset. So it's going to start right then and there. Now, with that, I think we'll just say an offset, and we're going to say, can I even put, I can, X offset of 25. And this will have to be an X offset of column 2. Yep, column 2. All right, let's just start putting stuff in here. Let's just start with putting stuff in. Could be character. Current hit points. Character, I think I have max. HP is like that's where you should be per level, and current HP is your character's current HP. So there we go. A little heart. And everything is shifted, needs to be shifted down more. Why? I don't want colors right now. Colors out. Okay, it's fine, but now we have XP. What's going on? XP. Okay, 3, 2. Oh, this is why. Got to shift it down some more things. Suppose there'd be a way to put this in some sort of variable matrix or a 2D array, but too much brain power. There we go. How big will the weapon name be? Now, another thing is, with these fixed screens like this, what happens when you have your strings, well, in code or text, longer than the field supplied, you're just going to get, it's going to paint over top and not really handle it. Of course, I'm not trying to create a general use library that's going to be, handle everything like that necessarily. I do have to remember, you kind of want to keep it as kind of Spartan. So yeah, it's not going to have the Cadillac treatment. I say, hey, print this text here at this location. If it's going to be too big, I need to know that and compensate for that. It's a little more hard level programming. Could something like that be built? Of course. You could have a dynamic text, have it handle if the need is great enough. Would be my opinion. Pickle Rick is still in the red because he's not healed. So if I go back to Guild Hall, no, or Snout, rest. Let's let him rest for a whole 6 months. Can't do it. A week. There we go. Yeah, he's back to adjustments. There we go. Pickle Rick's good. What is he, a fighter? Ooh. What I don't have is rearranging. Yes, I kind of forgot about that. Party inspection. You could do a situation where if I grab onto this person and then say, what do you want to do with that person? I need to move them into position. As good as it sounds. Let's go back 2 more. Yep, so one of the things I've been working on my channel is, hey, how about the music? I do like the music. Little background going, drone. But I got to kind of get used to figuring out some options. I understand I could probably stream some of my Spotify stuff, but that will obviously go to the VOD. It'll be on the live stream. But you got that gray area. Probably not gray at all. I'll get in trouble. Everybody does it. I know. You do understand. I get caught all the time. So anyway, I'll be kind of looking into royalty-free music, maybe just, different genres. Kind of get that going. Or maybe in the future, do something different. I don't know. Play that awesome and energetic classical music, it's public domain. Tatsu. Yes. So this is a this is a C# program. So yeah, I'm coding in C#. Essentially, this is a console application, but it's because it's part of the monogame framework. That's going to pick it up, and it's going to then switch over to, I think, something to handle the graphics. So yeah, yep, C#. Kind of cut off the experience a little bit with the graphics. This will just make it smaller. So I got my class list over here. There we go. And we can make this there. Yeah, see, I can't mess it up. On-screen adjustments here. Yeah. So yeah, here's my class list and such. Most of the game, I appreciate that. Thank you. I hope the game is fun to play. It is retro. It is a classic dungeon crawler. So if you like that kind of game, it's gonna be a dungeon crawler. Let's see, what does Mono use? You got a couple of setups. I think I'm not sure if it's the Open Graphics Library or not. I'll have to get back to you on that. It's something that works. Let's see. Auto game 3.841 currently. And it's not the Vulcan, because yeah, it's not that one. I think it's the open one. There's a couple of them, so. That's what I was thinking. I know Vulcan doesn't work with crap on my computer. Has a game that says, hey, you want to use Vulcan? Yeah. No, black screen. No, apparently I won't be able to use Vulcan. But I think I got it set as OpenGL, not DirectX. Because if I were to go attempt to make this, build into another language, or not language, operating system, I think OpenGL would be a better chance of it working in Linux than it would DirectX. But I also do, what do you call it, direct file system, which is Windows only. So until I figure out how to do that system outside of that, then yeah, it'll still be a Windows game. In theory, this is not going over. Of course, what's nice about that is that that's all abstracted away in Mono Game. So I could just concentrate on, yep, I need a device that's going to, be pixels, and it's going to have a certain color, it's going to have a certain color depth, and just go work on it. Type of thing. I don't want that low level. Back when I was trying to create games, started off with CGI graphics, which when it went to EGA graphics, then VGA graphics, then Super VGA graphics, and then finally kind of got into our less proprietary system that we have now. And every time you're like, oh, when I create a game, you're gonna have to go buy the hardware Bible of the various cards, and it was just a mess. And I wasn't really into that field as much. I was aware of it. Kind of stuck to writing the old bulletin board games. So I had serial serial port and modems and things like that. So created a library and created some serial port games for my BBS. And then I had to go get a real job. So, yeah, used to, in college, I wrote using assembly and C, basically talking to the VGA driver, mode 13, directly to it, creating a library on top of that. So, yeah, I did make virus blasters in mono on itch. I got a link on my channel, and that's basically the game I wrote way back using the VGA. Better graphics now and such, and that was fun to kind of recreate. A lot of stuff I've done, and I've forgotten how I done it. I look back at some old code I've used way back. I'm like, yeah, I've had a few brain cell deaths since then. How did I do this? Alright, I gotta get signed. Guildhall. Already. HP. That's self-explanatory, I believe. That icon kind of out of the middle of nowhere. Let's put that icon maybe at the end of this. You did that completely off the screen. Where's it at? That's about 10,000 pixels above your viewport. Never to be seen again. 55 maybe? I need some room for growth. That's gonna be way too much. 75 maybe. I don't like that at all. Do I really need to say violet? What if I said not violet, but roll, 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 roll. Yeah. Okay. Oh, there we go. So in the inventory, I basically have a list, comma separated list of your inventory, weapons, armor, and items, and then each have its own line at the bottom there. If it's empty, you should say something. So let's do that. When you detect it, you can have to do something like this. Okay, how about we do... What do we do here? That's what's going to happen, but wow, what variable I want this. Enjoy weapons. Yeah. You see, this is going to be an enumerable. That's going to complain saying, hey, yeah, I don't get any. It's going to be Boolean, not equal now, so it's true. Okay. Okay. So then technically I can do this, and take this out here, right? Okay, so that sets up the data. Now, this is kind of what's called set-based thinking. I'm just going to set the data up as I need it, and then if I need it, I will use it, which would be down in the inventory section. Okay, if this is really what you should do is say, do any, then it's going to be this. Otherwise, they want to say no weapons. And put that there. Actually, we need to put this whole thing in. Seeds. That needs to be escaped. Yep. And just to be clear, it does have clarity of saying, go figure this stuff out. That doesn't like it. Not a bit, because you need that, and you need this like that. See? There we go. Alright. I did tell it to put literal quotations in there. What are you thinking? You overthought it. That's what happened. There we go. Now it says no weapons. Perfect. No weapons. Does game developer have a good return? Are you asking, being a game developer, have a good return on investment, or not quite understanding your question a little bit? What kind of you want to develop a game? What would I recommend for you? Honestly, I would kind of look at what kind of game you want to make. Oh, also, I wouldn't know that because I'm not a well, technically, if you get paid for anything you do, you're a professional. But I'm not an actual professional. I'm more of an indie developer who currently my salary is 0. I don't make any money yet. In fact, I were to put the hours I put into the game, I'm at negative thousands of dollars. I get paid negative bucks. But yeah, I mean, software development itself is, it can be programming itself can be obviously it's a profession that would be life wage profession. Personally, I I've gone to some schooling myself. I'm a kind of a self-taught software developer with that, but depending on how you learn, and it's actually probably better to go ahead and go through your trade schools and or schools, colleges, to get a good rounded education, rounded information on that. Just to kind of help with working within the system. You have to do a lot of prove what you can do if you are self-taught, type of thing. It's a little bit difficult, but sometimes things don't always work out. It's not the model that works for you, but I would, recommend, looking at the areas in which interest you, and going from there. For there's we live in a day of age of so much information. You could, you have to vet it, but there's a lot of places where you go on, even YouTube, and other types of places, and gather a lot of information. Get familiar with the tooling, the tool sets, and get exposed to other ways of thinking of things. Of course, we live in a day age now with this AI, and a lot of noise from that, and it might be difficult to get a true sense of how to do things, because you have a tool that supposedly could do everything for you, but if you don't know what you're doing, you really don't know what you're doing. It'd be kind of like going into a kitchen and throwing some pots and pans onto the burner and just kind of like throwing stuff in there. Yeah, you might eventually make something edible, but most times you're probably going to catch the house on fire. That's my basic overview of AI. I'd say, yeah, go find information like that, but now we have a product out in the world that's going to be diluting that truth of that information. So, I would look, that type of thing. But yeah, I would recommend either some college, or night classes, or going on to online training. Maybe purchasing a few courses. A lot of times coursework is free, and you do have good reputable people who love doing what they do and sharing what they like. And you can find a lot of information on, say, something free like YouTube. So I would recommend that as well. Used to be in the days of walking into a Barnes and Noble or other types of bookstores. I went and looked at the reference sections. Said, all right, what kind of programming is there out there? What can I do? And bought some books and read them. And that also gives you some background knowledge. So, and having a passion for it kind of helps out too. But really, it's find something that you're passionate about. Find something that works within your passion. You can find something that you become passionate about, but you could look at it that way. Is programming something you could do that focuses on a way of life, or a living wage? Yeah, you could do that. And do something else outside of it. But a lot of times that probably requires more regimented training, because you're going to do something that you're not just internally motivated to do necessarily. But I can't speak for everybody and how you think and how you do things, but that's kind of like how I in general go about doing that. I started AppleSoft, which is a basic, and that came on the computer, and you boot it up, and that's where it started with. So you typed in commands, and typed in list, and saw your code. Type some more stuff, hit list, saw your code. You had to keep things in your head a lot, write down some notes. You kind of learn programming the hard way, but then it stuck with you more. And then once you got the fundamentals of that, I'd probably pick a language that's easier to learn, get the fundamentals, and then look at other languages, try to use those, and determine what's the same between the two. Because eventually you get to the point where a lot of these languages are the same, with just a little bit of changes in the syntax, or they go off in a direction of import. They go off. They want to be more memory concise, or this wants to be more processing. In how they get specialized in how they guide you down that path. Because you can't, there's an infinite way of doing it until you start coding, and then it becomes specialized. So your different languages will help you with that thought process. To me, languages are a tool, not a religion. So do what works with what you're trying to do with it, and also don't forget how you think. A lot of things are geared toward, the way you think about things, and computer languages can match that. Of course, all that gets thrown on a paradigm flip with AI. Sometimes the problem with AI is you don't really know why you do what you're doing. It might be good for people who know what they're doing. Let's see. What was I doing? Not exactly in love with this UI, but I'm going to kind of stay with it for now. But I didn't type. Why is this? Interesting. I wonder if I hit some sort of keyboard chord, activated something on my Visual Studio. I used to kind of like tell it to, hey, I want you to give me these hints about these variables. I thought I turned it off because it got in the way. Now, for some reason, it has decided to do that here. I just... I can auto-formatted this stuff. Why did it do this? What was the secret sauce that I made that caused this to happen? Oops, that blows everything up if you don't be careful about delete. I didn't type this. Why did this do this to me? Yeah, you can stop looking. All right. There. Let's make, no, I don't need to do that either. That's weird. I must have clicked on something. So, with the IDE, used to be with IntelliSense and stuff, and they've kind of snuck in some AI into it, even though you say, I don't want to use AI. And so apparently I clicked on a pattern matching service, and it decided to go nuts. All right, side traction. Training. Right, so what did we do for next menu? Alright, so we are in the Guildhall training, and we've picked a character. Now that we want to pick the character, we gotta say, now what do you want to do with that character? So, let's get into the right place. Guild. And... Spec parties. Thinking. Alright, so we want to create what's this? Item. Guild item. I think we can do the same thing. code mode here. Position. And what need add? Let's see, we have guild training. Move things around. Move people around. Train. Well, level advancement. Leveling. Yes, I already have a dismiss. Mission leveling. What else would you do? That'd be it, I think. Oh, remove. Remove. Yeah. Okay, so 4 items. 4 items. And new guild item would be fine. So we don't have icons as this one. Do we? No. And no. Do we? For now, no. Well, thank you. Tatsu, you have a wonderful night. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you being here and following. Thanks so much. Okay. Position. This would be good. Laptop still not overheating. The fan is doing its job. External cooling. No more thermal events for me tonight, hopefully. I'll see. All right. Still roll. Position. Advance level. Roll advance. Yeah, let's do it. Roll advance. Training. What would be training? Training. Leveling. Actually, just flat out leveling. Okay. Leveling. Coordinates. Column 0, row 1, row 1, 2. Nothing here. See there. Take this out just to something simple. Position, roll advance. Move. Dismissal. Yank away. I do actually have an icon for dismissal. Well, let's see. Let's go look at icons here. Count. Images. Nope, not images. Icons. Menus. We have guild, charter, inspect. I could reuse some of these. What's the difference? I think I will reuse some of these. Alright, so let's do this instead. No position, so you know what, I don't even have to start right off the bat with a let's use the inspect. Change party position. Battle position, I guess. Full advanced might be a nice looking fruit. Training. Okay, remove. Dismiss. Dismiss. Dismissal. Permanent. I could describe permanent removal, permanent kicked out. Move from guild. Remove. Reassign. Good. Dismiss. Remove. Oh. That's the name of the icon. Stop it. Main guild. General guild. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'm evil. How you doing? Glad to see you. Thanks for coming by. All right. Oh. A delayed incoming. Prepare. Batten down the hatches. Stand by. Target has been acquired. 1, 2, 3. No, 1. That says chaos. Change battle position. Roll advance. Advance roll. Let's speak backward. Advance the roll. Advance roll. Remove. Dismissal. Win. Thank you so much. It's a whoosh. Well, thank you for rating. Appreciate that so much. Give a shout out to Wind. Thank you so much for coming by. Appreciate that. I believe how was your stream session today? What we've been working on. I know Wind's working on a game and also does like great pixel art. Thanks, Evil. Appreciate that. So I've completely busted my game. I'm in the process of putting it into an actual computer game, so you could, install it. And yeah, so it's installable. So I don't have the web version quite operational at this time. I do plan on putting at least a version of it back into the web. At least that's, and then because of the things I've gone through in putting this into an actual game engine and creating an actual game application. Awesome. Well, thank you, Wynn. Appreciate it. So yeah, I've been putting that together a little bit. So yeah, I'm kind of working on a menu system. I did some heavy programming with that. And now I'll attempt to show a little bit. Very similar. Let it compile. See if it compiles. So yeah, basically I'm converting it over to a mono game. And yeah, I had to use my game art for my background, my screens. It lives everything now. You spend a couple years drawing your own graphics. You tend to start making. I want to make coffee cups and stuff with it now. Yeah, Dungeons and Treptera. So essentially, go in. It's a single player game with the potential maybe having a multiplayer, online, multiple single player, online hosting of the game itself. I don't know. We'll work on that. Right now, it's going to be working on your own computer. So start a new. The start, load, and exit. Exit makes sense, but the start and load, not so much. Yeah. So. Start with your main screen. You have a welcome center that kind of describes the game story a little bit. So yeah, it's I can have it online to the point where it stores the game and runs the game online, but you could play. It's a single player, but then I might have interactions of people playing in the same maze. So it's kind of a passive multiplayer game. I don't know. We'll see. So yeah, you have your welcome center. It kind of gives you a storyline of your game. The adventure. Stoffhimmel, thank you so much for following. Appreciate it. Thank you. So yeah, you have basically, you have a little online help here. It kind of describes how to play the game, your abilities, iconic roles, what are stats and things like that. Then I'm going through, and so this is the menu system. Yeah, I've been kind of streaming on and off, and then for a little bit since last year. Kind of heavy for a while, then kind of broke off a little bit. Got back into it. I'm trying to figure out between work and doing this. I don't want to stream too late, because I was streaming late a lot, and then I couldn't wake up. So I had to work that around. Plus, this is like kind of a pure development stream. I'm not really social. Trying to get there, but I kind of get programming heavy, so be a lot of silent streaming. Yeah, here, watch me type code, type of thing. Or maybe I'll draw some art once in a while. Kind of out of the art now, because I need to start making code. And once in a while, I'll go back to art. But yeah, I've been streaming this. I figured I like to share what I'm doing. I've done it for a while. Yes, I'm not gonna say I'm an expert, right? I'm always learning. But yeah, with this, so all this is my art. I did at the very beginning, a couple years ago. I go, hey, is there any artists want to help me out? No response. I have to rebuild my latent art talent. So, but yeah, back to the game a little bit. Yeah, basically just we have a guild hall. That's what I'm kind of working on right now, filling out all the options. I've kind of had a lot of these options already in the web. I was much further along in the game itself, so a lot of components of the game are just kind of sitting waiting to be re-hooked up. And I'm using Monogame as my engine. I know you got Godot and Unity and everything's Monogame. Basically gives you 3D, 2D graphics capabilities and such, but because it's programming forward, it's nice if you want to code first. I guess the best way to kind of describe that. I think it's sufficient for what I want to do, which is simplistic 2D graphics, kind of a poster type graphics. It does have the ability to do a lot of graphics and movement at the same time. I did make virus blasters, and it's a kind of a fixed shooter. It's on itch.io. I have a link to that on my page. Oh no, I don't know about that, people. My art's, it's not that clean, crisp digital art. It's more of that drawn, pencil, oil brush type, look art, and that's just the kind of style. Mainly because I don't have a lot of technique. It ended up becoming my technique, so now that's what I do with that. But yeah, this could be easily made more pixel. There's nothing. The game is fundamentally set up so that really, if you wanted to replace everything, you could. We could change. It would change it, but it could absolutely do something like that. But yeah, I'm rewriting the menu system. So I was getting into the conversion and getting into the game, and the way I was doing the menus was. Each menu was built by itself individually. That became a chaos nightmare, and the more I built, the worse it became. So I ended up having to rebuild that. So I went backward in development. I finally got to that point of where I can build onto the menus now. So I'm kind of jumping forward again. So I'm trying to recreate a bunch of stuff. So yeah, you have your guild hall. You have your boar's snout, which is basically you get your rest. Some of the elements of the menu system is I'm replacing. I get to plug this into other menus and not have to recode a bunch of stuff. Only code the things that matters to give it uniqueness depending on the. But yeah, so what's interesting is these little icons here. These are more pixel art icons, and then I've kind of mixed it into the well, this is still pixel art. Now you can see where I get my follow game from. But yeah, so I have like a whole sprite sheet of this stuff in it, and it's a green motif mainly because of the retro Apple back in the day style games. Had monocolor, so I do have a little bit more color into it in green. I'm too far down the road to change now, so it's gonna have to be this way. But yeah. So we kind of got the green motif going, and then of course as I give the slideshow of my monsters there, or mobs, mobiles. There'll be more color. So yeah, then we got the Bard's weapons. Pick your weapons out. And you can go into your armor, so you can have the thing. Oh yeah, amber. That would be another choice too. All shades of amber. Or black and white. IBM just use black and white. Actually, the TRS-80 Radio Shacks had white. But yeah, the technical aspects of the game, I had to come up, essentially the game itself exists as a library that has all the game rules in it. What's a character, what are abilities, how do you do combat. So those are all kind of self-contained. A lot of it's been done quite a bit, and that's the engine or the game itself. Then now I'm putting all the graphics onto it, the choices that you need to make so that you can tell the engine what to do. And of course that engine, it has nothing to do with the actual graphics itself. Now Monogame is a graphics engine, and it's just being used to I have some animation here, obviously the pointer, and with say something like Mono, you have to come up with, well, how do you animate? Well, then you have to create a class, or you have to create the code that handles animation. And I try to build it so that I can, what I do is I create a strip of images with a known spacing between them. I feed it into the animator object, and I tell it what's the size of the art and how many are there. And then how many milliseconds of delay between each frame. It either goes forward and back, either goes up and down the array, or just bounces back and forth. And if you could change the amount of time between it, you can kind of, like this one has kind of it speeds up as it points, and then speeds up and slows down as it goes back. So you kind of get that kind of pulsating. That's just done by how you set up your delays. So you have in Monogame, you'd have to set up and create those things first, and then build the game. Like Godot, well, you get that stuff built in. You just say, yeah, plop that in and put that together. So it's just different things. I mainly didn't choose like a game language, other engine, because I didn't want to rewrite the actual game, which is already sitting in C# libraries. And I didn't use Unity due to all the kerfuffle that was going on with Unity. Now that maybe have been straightened out, but who knows, maybe in the future they cause more kerfuffle. So I didn't use it. So yeah, we basically got it's menus. And menu development, I'm never gonna get done on menus. It's gonna drive me nuts. But yeah, I hope you like the artwork. It's its own style, and then the maze itself, yeah, the maze itself kind of gets more into the pixel art, and it's a Fox 3D, so it's a first-person view of basically 90-degree elements. I drew out so there's like 5 depths, and you kind of see the movie there before I took off the menu system. I've disconnected the game part where the part allows you to move through the mazes. So I created a movie. I'm slowing it down so that way I get a nice little graphic. Yeah, that's what it does is it draws images from left to right, from the back to the front in order. There's left, center, right, and I think there's 5 deep. So left, center, right, and it comes up, and then you got the sides, and it draws it in order. So it draws back to front, and then the sides back to front, so that closer walls will block out whatever's rendered behind them. It gives you that 3D look. So later on, I painstakingly go through and change all of those. If I would have say, I appreciate that. And it's be a matter of going through and changing that perspective of the maze and doing the graphics. I thought about making it more freestyle, kind of like how the icons are of the artwork, so you can kind of get more drawn. I think that would be cool. That'd be a pain in the butt, because then you have to like, oh, I need 5 versions of this going away from the eye, and you got to keep it consistent. So, probably will polish that. So this is my placeholder, or I leave it like this is. One things I could do is I have like, I got blue versions of this, and red versions of this, and yellow versions of it. So as you go deeper into the maze, it can change colors and things like that. I even kind of experiment with the idea of, well, what if you had, you freeze frame your hallway, and then you'd have your monsters, come down and animate, kind of not janky, but and you shoot them, or cast the spells or something like that. There's some other options I was thinking about. Right now it's just turn-based. Get attacked, you see a portrait of your monsters, you select what you want to do each round, do your battle, rinse and repeat. No, I don't have really too many animations unless it's a little bunch of like, scrunch and wiggle type, movements on them, because that's all hand drawn, and oh my goodness, to get matching frames hand drawn that would fit, it would be cool, but the work, I'm not good enough. It's gonna take forever. It'd take absolutely forever. But I don't know. It would be kind of cool to have like a really drawn animation art fight. That'd be kind of cool. But it's more of a strategy, turn-based tabletop type system. You might recognize a few words here and there. The mechanics is not really. Yes, I do roll 20s and different sided dice, but that's generally the only spots that it's similar to other tabletops. So, yeah, in general, working on the menus. I have a big chunk of the code of the game that's sitting back behind waiting to run. Jersey 420, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. So yeah, menus. Some of these things I have, like this scrolls down. I do have the ability for this to kind of smooth scroll. I'll hook that up so you can read it better, for example. What's also interesting about the game, the game engine itself, is that a lot of it is very much data driven. So from the technical standpoint, the spells, the armor, the weapons, all the monsters, it's a lot of it and their abilities is data driven. So ultimately, if you had a third party data editor, you could recreate those things. I'm going to create that tooling in the game itself at some point. I need it myself so I can actually make the game, because it's one thing to build this out, but then you actually got to turn around and say, okay, now I got to make these mazes. And then also, I probably want would have some of the levels procedurally generated, these mazes. I think that'd be kind of cool. So I'll have a procedure generated. So next time you're down that level, it, different things. Also on the game itself, I'm gonna have like the editors where, you can go in and create the maze. Now, maze will force you to have a 30 by 30 rooms. Each room you set up the wall from the inside. So if you say a wall on the inside, then you can't move out of that room. But from the outside, if you didn't put the outside wall in, then you could actually move, one way. Yep, looking nice is different than having it work. Works great, doesn't do anything. Yep. So yeah, we can have so you have the maze generation, you have up and down levels with that. So you have the things that handle moving the players into the levels and out of the levels. And then you have doors, open spaces, things like that. Also you have the whole generation of the how does the encounters work? That's data driven too. Use like 1 and X odds. You set up like your encounter tables and you build those out. Say, okay, for slimes, depending on your character levels, you know, levels 1 through 3, you can have this arrangement of slimes, and you could then basically you're going to set up group rules, you know, just in general. I want to produce 2 to 3 of this level, of this type, you know, in general, and then the game will then pick that and randomly generate. So you're creating, you know, constraints to how to generate in it, but it auto generates, randomly generates then the things that you're going to fight. And so now you create all these different tables, essentially, of what gets spawned, so that way you could have like a general environment. Like from this environment, you have up to 15 teams that can be generated, and within that team, you could have these different types of encounters. That's like the maze overall general generation. But then you could specify when you hit a certain room, you increase the odds of having a generation and then generating specific monsters. So you can theme different areas inside the dungeon. And right now the game flow is very simplistic. Well, meaning that it's not a lot of variance and it's not new. It's a grind. You go find monsters, you beat them, don't die, get exceedingly tougher. You know, I might have some puzzle capabilities that right now it's like you pick a character that you think is going to do something the best. They try it. It's random. It may work, it may not work, but it's kind of, you know, favored or tilted toward your choices. Or I could have mini games where you have to undo a lock, so you got something sliding back and forth, so you got to push it at the right time in combination. You know, if I do that, I'd have to program each one of those type of puzzles so that each puzzle would be its own gameplay. So then that way you get a distinct way of, you know, a distinct experience. But the main bread and butter of the game is go explore the maze, avoid traps from that standpoint, and find monsters to fight. Yeah, it feels like, you know, it's kind of like a D&D, you know, or tabletop type game, like the old games. In fact, if the real peer or thing I looked up to for this type of game design is Wizardry. I really like the Wizardry series. So there's a lot of elements you see like, oh, that looks like Wizardry. Well, it's because I like Wizardry a lot. And it's, yeah, Dungeon Delve. It's like the granddaddy. It is the original. What made dungeon crawling work was like Wizardry, essentially. I mean, a little bit before that, you had, you know, Angband and other types of games, but yeah, Wizardry was a good one. And so yeah, it's and that was the gameplay: grind out and kill monsters. So, you know, it's not. I'm not trying to make a build, you know, Baldur's Gate or nothing like that necessarily, because there's a lot of different kind of gameplay. Could you add more and more of this type of system? Oh yeah, of course. I think you could. There's a lot of avenues you can go with it. I think it'd make it interesting. I mean, I want to make the the grind interesting, but I did kind of look at, like, when you do battles, you get the physical attacks, you have to go against their armor. The bigger the monsters, the more powerful the armor. It means you have to have more powerful weapons. Not a lot of change in the game mechanic. It's like I hit my sword, I just hit harder, hit more times. It's not, the type of damage is, I put a dimension to it, like it's fire or acid, but really it's just a description and damage. It's gated by, acid damage of attacks, and if you have something, need something to negate acid to stop that attack, multiplied by 15 different variations. Same, now you start thinking, that's the kind of the same game loop, right? So, you have that, you have conditions that get applied to your character over time. So that does give a little bit of a dimension of play. You might make different decisions because you're being affected by something. So there is that. So I'm kind of looking at I don't want to be death by 1,000 different ways, but at the same time, I don't want it to be so singular and game play that after about the 15th or 20th battle, it's all the same. And yeah, it is. It just gets scaled. So there is that aspect of the game, which that's why it's retro. I mean, that is kind of the game. I am kind of narrow. You do kind of narrow the game, I would suppose. But once again, I'm building this game because this is what I want. I want to play this game. And yeah, balancing will never not be difficult. Absolutely. And it's the game I want and like, and I'm going through these processes. I'm going to kind of keep true to those. And then later on, if maybe the next game gets faster, and then we can actually go learn actual game design, for example, type of thing. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I got really disjointed on my display here. Appreciate that. So yeah, this is basically the main menu. The next thing you're going to have is the battle menu, where you're going to show should have old screenshots. You probably could see the old game on some of my VODs on my YouTube channel. Kind of get an idea of what it looks like. But the faster I can get these menus done and functional, the quicker I can get into the gameplay. Type of thing. Go back to the background music. But yeah, I do have themed music based off what you're doing and such. I've been trying to hold myself off. I want to get the maze thing going again. Oh, just wait. Gotta wait. Let's shift a little bit more over to coding here. Yeah, one of the reasons I'm streaming is like, I don't mind sharing what I'm doing. I'm working on this anyway. Might as well try to stream a little bit, not be too scuffed, maybe a little bit slightly entertaining. We'll see. Okay, very low on the entertainment. Now I'm going to start programming and start talking about things in a very mono voice with no inflections and completely bore us all to death. No, I won't do that. Well, I'll probably do that without knowing it. But right. So now I'm working in the confines of my menu system. So I'll cut and paste a little bit. This sets up these guys. So let's make it run. Okay, before I make it run, this is going to be, I have a list of 4. Like this. 4. Do I go to 3? Okay, so if I move up to the top, go to 3, go to 1. 1 goes up to 0, goes to 2. 2 goes down to 3. No, goes up to 2. No, goes up to 1. Goes down to 3. 3 going up. Go to 2. Going down goes to 0. And left and right will not work. Okay. Because basically this list becomes a 2D, or, well, two-dimensional menu space. Alright, so this is called training. So I'll just kind of get a copy of that. Let's go over to the other screen. Let's off the inspect party screen, and within its generation of the menu, we skipped past. No, I didn't skip past. I need to. What's happening? What happened here? Why is this working? I'm in the wrong place. Am I in the right place? What's happening here? All right, Win. I appreciate you and your viewers. Thank you for entrusting them to me a little bit. I'm glad to share them with them what I'm doing here. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Yeah, you have a good night. Right, got a guild here. Where am I? What was I doing? Didn't I create this? I did. I need to say, hey, you need to do more stuff here. Like, hey, you need to pass in, like, you know, character. Yeah. And how about you say public? I'll just keep typing wrong here. Character. Goes in character. With not a capital H. That'll throw everything off as I try to use it. Worst shot, you have a good night. Thank you. Oh, you're saying good night too. Apologize. Context is everything. Right. Yes. All right. Oh, hey now. Can I have yes autofill? Okay. Okay. Ah, yes. Wait. Oh. Okay. Yeah, right. Okay. What is this? Oh, I copy and paste this. This. Yeah, none of that should be. By default, it is null. We're gonna say null. All right. That needs a comma. Yep, that's a comma. What's your problem here? Yes. There, passing character. And if I do that, then I want to say, oh, yeah, I also want to set its state is equal to normal. There. Yeah. All right, that should move me on to the next screen, which would be the training based off of what you pick. All right, let's hit run. Guild Hall. Pick. And if I pick, oh yeah, it worked. All right, so we got this party inspection, and then training, Dreknar. Oh, yep, that's the case. We need to go down here into the header. Choose, no, that's not where I want to be. Guild players. I need to make guild players be. Yeah. I need to make that abstract. Anyway. Okay, we got guild training. The guild hall dash. Training. Still in training. Right, yeah. Yep. Oh, we do have one more. Ah. This is incorrect. Alright, let's go back up to the matrix. If I'm at the top, I don't go to 3, I go to 2. And now at the bottom, that's 3. Yep. Is it going to be by itself? But it's left and right will change. And this is left to go to 0 and right goes to 0. Yep. At the top here, it's going to go to 1. I have 2 different systems. Should have done it this way. I have a list and a 2D coordinate. When you think that when you go into navigation basically works like this. Right, for this object, it is so the order of operation is important. First, this is the first add. That's going to be item 0. Loading nav means that there's an up, down, left, right. First position for 0, so by calling this the first time, that's also going to create a navigational point 0 for all 4 cardinal left, right, up, down coordinates. And what this is basically saying is, when you push up, if your focus is on menu item 0, when I push the up selection, I need to go to the menu item that represents the position, the coordinate space of 0, 2, which is position 2. So basically, this is like what index do you navigate to? And once you set all these, this is the only thing they can move to. Kind of brute force. So, moving up the top cycles to the bottom, moving down, obviously goes down. So down. This goes back, yeah. Okay, I think I need to go completely out. Yep, so now we got left and right, down, and see, okay, so that means this last one down here, don't go to 3, it goes to 0. Back up. Let's go left and right and left, push down. See this? Yes. All right, 0, 1 needs to go back to itself. 2 needs to go back to itself. And 3 needs to go back to 0, 1 on its left, right? Down, right, left, right. Does not move left or right, does not move left or right. And this should not go up or down, and it does. Up and down, it stays to itself, which is 3. 3. Okay. There we go. Expected behavior. Okay. Well, the way the menu system works is I'm kind of taking advantage of some recursion and linear. It's a linear menu system. So each node, a menu, will have its items you could pick in the menu, and then those can have submenus, which then become a menu. But the way it works is that I know the beginning menu, which is actually clear out here. This is like the top level menu. And when you pick at the guild hall, it basically says, I am going to activate the guild hall selections menu. So this main menu's activated menu is going to be set to the guild hall here. Now, every time the screen is rendered, it starts with traversing and looks at the main screen, and then calls recursive functions. Goes, okay, are you the main screen? Nope, you have the sub activated. All right, then go to the sub. Are you active? Do you have an active sub? No. All right, return. And then that's going to come back and say this is the active menu. It's all. And if you hit back, then you find the active menu. You set the state to return. So the next time you traverse, it then sets that second menu's selection to blank and moves back one. So now you're basically pulling off the stack. Basically, I'm using the recursion as a stack to go down and traverse each branch of the menus. And I'm not expecting an infinite number of menus, well within the confines of the memory. And it's either that or you create a complex map of all the objects and all the states of where you're at when you're at. You can unravel that. I just figured for the ease of putting it together, making use of some recursion here helps with intended behavior, and some nice side effects is that I can easily dial in and do stuff like yes, purchase, and I give a nice delay and automatically will pop back up to the next, back to its parents. Then I also have a provision in there that at any time if I'm deep within the recursion and I just have like escape completely out, I set the state to remove all the way out, so it traverses down, goes, oh, I need to remove all out. It will then come all the way forward, and as it goes forward, it will clear out all the submenus from the deepest all the way back out, clears everything out. So I have a function to check to see if any menus are calling for a flush, basically, and you just reset the state. So I'm kind of building the state mechanism inside of itself. So basically, party member inspection. So yeah, this main screen is maybe all the further you go, because you're going to go through here. I'm going to try to give it all the information you might want to see at a glance. Dreknar, you could change battle position. So what it does know is this: I picked Dreknar. It knows that already. So when I go to battle position, it's already going to know who I picked. Next thing I need to show is probably, again, I need to show a character list. And the whole point of that is pick the character that you want to move Dreknar to, and they switch spots. And that's how I change the order in which they are in battle. So this is positions 1 through 6. 1, 2, and 3 are primarily your physical attack, and 4, 5, and 6 is your ranged magic attack. Now, I used to enforce that. Now anybody can attack anybody. It's just that if you have characters in the back trying to attack, then they'll be treated somewhat like people who are in the front. When mobs attack, and generally it's weighted toward fighting the ones in front, because those are your melee attackers. With that, so yeah. Yep, you have the ability to switch out which active, who are you working with? That's going to be your active parties of 6, up to 6. Recruitment is a whole other screen. That's how you're going to gain more more players, you're going to generate more characters to play with. And this creates new parties. Right, so now we're into all right. I do have a enumeration to determine the type of menu inside of this guild, making sure they're all unique. Training, inspect, leveling, and position. Training. So now, let me go up to the selection to set to base select, but instead really need to make this confirmation also generic. I thought I did, but I lost it during one of my crashes. Fiddlesticks. Did I? Am I making this? All right. I keep doing this too many times. I'm gonna break this down into a generic use class, but I'm gonna go ahead and do another copy. Probably should figure out what are the common elements within this menu and get that set up. So we are working on the guild, and we are inspect parties, training. So Let's start with making the class. Alright, so not gnarled. Call this guild. Confirm. Remove. Yes. Don't need the key in this particular case. So, see, and what's your problem here? I just don't need the key. Don't want a key. Not gnarled anymore. It's going to be the guild point of interest guild. PLI. And chosen status is miss. Why? Why is that gone? I took the wrong thing out. Of course I did. Isn't that great? Oh my goodness. So here's a tip. I don't even think it's song worthy. I nuked that thing. So so what you don't do, see, what is it? It's a combination of exporting from Twitch to YouTube, activating that export, and then going in and editing it and publishing it or turning it on to publish to become, I start off with the VODs, or not to be automatically just published to Twitch, so I can look through them, and almost inevitably it's going to say, hey, I'm going to mute your audio because you are using someone's music. And I'm like, yeah, the music I'm using, I have a CC40 line. For that, it's somebody else using it and claiming it's theirs, where in fact, so it's not theirs. So I have to go in there and say, I'm not using their music, I'm using Kevin McLeod's music. Aha. And once that system goes through, I could then, go ahead and publish, make live the VOD. Yeah, and the combination of it was a great discovery. Apparently, the amount, while it was rendering to go live, I don't know, or while it was rendering to go into YouTube, their back-end processes apparently don't not gracefully shut off or handle errors. And whatever amount of time it took me to go from, yes, start publishing to YouTube to, yes, me start editing it, that section of the video just rendered the entire length of the video, which is 4 hours, repeated over and over and over and over. That's great. I downloaded it thinking I could save it, maybe I could change it, maybe it's just a header problem. No, it literally rendered that last 5 seconds of my entire stream over to the just re-rendered it in the entire length of what it should have been. So don't do that. Of course, it was probably a day I was actually productive, but that's okay. Good times. I made good scuff. You want scuff? I think that's what it would be. I'll switch the ambient music to something a little bit different. How about garden music? Yes, more synth droning. Yes. Maybe a little bit less of it. There. Hope it's not too loud. Oh, that's enough for the high-pitched. chimes. Yeah, if I got background music too loud or anything like that, just let me know. The meter is saying it should be within whatnots, but we'll see. Yeah. Unless I was already on the song and didn't recognize it. There's a possibility. Always a possibility. Okay, we get guild. Yep, chosen character. What are you doing? I mean, what did you expect? Why are we saying yes or no against? Would be chosen status. I guess we reset the menus. Okay. Okay. Now, this would be, I need to go to the guild and say, hey, you need a yes, no option. Yes. No. No. Require, of course, starting and stopping. Yeah, 9.8. I downloaded that. I mean, I have a good internet speed. It took a while to download. This file's a bunch of crap. It's a Murphy download. Murphy's Law. A system can be configured in the wrong way. It will be. Or something like that. That's not gnarled. That's going to be guild. Right, let's just go through and make all these fixes. Oh, it's completely wrong. Wrong. Nope. No, return to previous. Yes, that looks good. This does not look good. See, private, normal. You don't need this selector. Don't need this. All this is wrong. Oh, that's right. I understand now. Sort of. Go to definition. Grab this guy. Come back. Go up here. Insert this guy. Wait, I already have it. What am I doing? Okay. Let's make this, repurpose this. I'm gonna grab, not the string. Let's, wait. No, we just use this. Don't we? Yes. We don't need this. Don't need that. Nope. POI. Still makes sense for this. Still makes sense for that. Put that back. It's going to be field. Okay, and it's not going to make sense. Yes. Remove layer from. What would be nice to have up here is private party, maybe. Actually, you already have the chosen party. It's inside of the session. It's like a piercing. Hit the keyboard there. Remove player from. deafening me. It's definitely gonna deafen you. Yeah. Remove player from. Well, that's gonna be the name of the guild, so it's a GS. Player party. Your name. Remove the player from this. Yes. Cancel purchase. No. Cancel operation. Yeah. Cancel transfer. Here. No. Okay. And not gonna be gnarled. It's gonna be guild. Oh, is it this? Let's go to the previous menu. That I don't have that as. I do have a repeating here a little bit. Is that what I'm gonna do? Maybe. Drawing to menu items. If actively turned up. Well, this doesn't make sense, but change this. Remove from GS player party. Party name. There should be B and D. D. Okay. Normal item. We don't want this anymore. All right. Guild. Guild. Oh, if you wanted a separate soundscape for your particular choice, you have that ability down there. The guild hall. Remove. Add then. Just removal. I want to say changes. That's because if you have it delayed. Okay. Nope. Okay. All right. So we have beginnings of a menu system. It's going to right now only be geared toward now if we rename this firm training. Guess I could have this handle all the training items. Okay. In this particular case, we have guild training and state. It's the case, and you did say you want to remove, you want to confirm it, right? So activated Activated submenu. New. Menu. Guild. GSG. ESG. Person character is going to be. Menu item guild player of guild. Yeah, you had it right. Oh, I lost it. That's what? Party, not party. Player. There we go. I need to put probably something else down, right? Menus. Yep, status. This would be removal, right? Yeah. Guild removal. No. Removal. Remove. Basically, what are you saying yes or no to? Who are you doing it with? And basic game objects in case the next operation needs more information. Okay. The game's not running and I don't have full screen, so why am I doing this? Sorry about that, folks. All right. Let's remove. Let's just hit. Let's just run and see what happens. Potions. Tasty beverage. Start. Forced out. No. Immediately go to the wrong screen. Guild Hall, party inspection. Roxy. I want to remove. Game logs. What is current menu state? Inspect. No. That's a mistake. What are you doing? Okay. Position, leveling, inspect. Dude. Remove. Did exactly as what it's supposed to do. No, this is this mess. Overthought something there. Okay. Continue. Compile. Back out completely. Guild Hall. Party member inspection. Roxy. I should say no weapons in inventory actually, but we want to go to remove. And we go back to debugging. Yes, looks good. And we're going to do what we want to do, so let's get out of this debug mode. Ready to go. done? What have you done? What item number is, well, let's look at training and what objects is being used to create the menu, which will go down here. These are interface objects. So these are all menu guild item. If it's a menu guild item, do I, wait. No, I already have the chosen character. You doofus. What are you thinking? You're not thinking. That's why it didn't work, because I don't need to do that. Alright, try again. Try again. Try again, then punch your screen and try again. Do not recommend punching your screen. Guild Hall. Party member inspection. Roxy. Remove. Do you wish to remove player from Silverleaf? Cancel transfer. Move. Yes. Yes, I do. Yes. Ah. He has failed me for the last time. With every press of for every selection, they spawn a new Isaac. That means it's going to come back here, right? No. Need to go to this definition. Go to its selection here. No. Otherwise, return game logs. Now, let's see how well this works by default. Switch. Switch this guy. Oh, don't switch that guy. Switch on chosen status. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Thank you. Cool. Right, case. We're going to go with guild. Remove. All right. Sorry. Break. All right. Case statement is all set. GS. Log. G. Player name, character name. Has been removed from and placed back into the guild's yeah. Yes, player, party, remove, number, string ID, chosen, ID, no, yes, ID, Yes, guild. Play guild. Guild. Oh. Where is it? Where is it? Is applicants? No. Not the dead. You know, if you had a interface with just the things you needed and implemented that, you could just look at the interface and say, "Hey, give me the." Yes, that's what I want. Add member. Chosen. Yeah. And the return says. What? No. Definition. Start. There you go. Forgot how to do it. All right, let's see what happens. Reload. Back out. Guild Hall. Party member inspection. Roxy. Roxy wants to try out in a different party. Remove. Roxy been removed from Silverleaf and placed back into the guild's general list. Change this. Now, go back to remove. Ooh. That's a failure. Uh-huh. That's a mistake. Oh boy. Explosions. Try again. Doesn't know which one to go back to. In this particular case, you want to go completely back. Interesting. This is a new use case. Guild Hall. Party member inspection. Roxy. No. Roxy. Move. Yes. Back. Well, where am I? Am I in? Command window. Where is my? Yeah, show me the call stack. Guild players. Oh. Okay. gonna have to like... Now here's the problem with having a recursive type system. I need to be out of this recursion, and I need to get back to a certain point. So I need to set up enough information so as you recurse back, it needs to pick up the fact that it needs to something needs to be invalid. So in this case, what's happening is Roxy is removed from this, and the menu items in this particular case have been built based off of who's in there. Why doesn't it? Why doesn't it? Okay, so players, draw. No, why did it do this? What? That's interesting. The call stack needs to be... needs to go into here. Okay. Why did everything get stuck down there? No. That's really going too far. Yeah, we know that. Yep. Stop it. Hey, Staff. You have a good night. Sorry to I'm late to get your message there, but yeah, you have a good night. Thank you so much for coming in with the Raider Wind and sticking around for a little bit. Appreciate that. Okay, let's just hit stop here. Collapse everything. What? Yeah. Why? Alright. I'm stuck in Quagmire. No. Alright, we are in a... Where's my stuff? Scroll down. Come on. That's it? I closed something. I did. No, I didn't. Okay, so... I need... You don't always want to reset the previous menu. In this case, I do. I need a signal back. When it comes back, it needs to know it needs to do something. Otherwise, it has invalid data. Well, okay, so if you look at the entry point of this entire thing, which would be in menus, Auto game menu, MG. So let's go look that up. Let's all bring that up. MG Town. MG Town. This is more mono game code versus the game code, but All right, load content. Nope. Update. Yes, update. What are we gonna do? Here we go. See, first thing it does is it goes as, what screen are we updating? What's going on here? Where are we? Menu screen is a I.menu screen. Get last activated menu. Okay, so what you'd want to do, go to definition. No, not that definition. Get last activated submenu. Go to definition. Go to implementation. All right, here's the recursiveness. It's the singular expression of the error. Okay. If my activated submenu is in fact empty, null, I am the menu I need to be returned. Otherwise, let's go back to aha. Well, wait, look at this. See, look at this. Reset menus. Sucked into Mulium. Although I didn't. Extract void. Okay. So then get last activated. Oh well, I mean that's the continual, that's the recursive traversal. Okay, so I'm gonna hit this thing a lot. No, I'm not. All right, we're gonna go to the border spout. No, we're not. We're gonna go to the guild hall. Party member inspection. There's Roxy again. Let's go ahead and remove Roxy from this. I hit yes. Gonna wait for 5 seconds. It's gonna auto back, and I should, there we go, reset menus. So deactivated was already normal. Now F11. Why are you not setting? Okay. Because that's not the problem yet. Because this menu is still focused on Roxy, not the party. So technically we could do it again. It's already been removed. Knowing this menu item should be shunted based off the fact that the state of this logic is really this screen should be invalid after you've performed an operation, because this screen makes assumptions that the character is still in the player party. when you dismiss, you're going to remove that character from the player party, but it's only going to be gone, and that's caused another error. So either you make it so that this screen allows you to do more things to that character, even outside of being in a party. You have to be in a party in order to get to the screen in the first place. All right. I'm gonna head back. All right, let's go to 11. All right. See, there's. Okay, look. It can't be not. You have to set. You're forgetting this very important thing here. Excuse me. Anytime you reset the menus, you need to reset the menu opponent, and you need to what happens if you don't have a player party? Hey, still blew up. Still blew up. That's okay. We'll get this one. Hey, Emil. You're falling asleep a little bit. Yeah, well, I changed the music to make you fall asleep even easier. No, when it corrupted, it's not going to corrupt the game. What it is that when I'm removing a player, yes, I'd be able to remove a player from a list, but then the previous menus are expecting that list to be intact, and when in fact it's not. So the assumptions that the code makes is now wrong. For example, it dynamically create items to pick on the menu based off of your characters in the party. Well, going into the menus, there were 6 people in the party. But coming back, yes, there were 5 people in the party, but the menu still says 6. And so it goes and says, hey, I want you to go get the 6th member by, that code I have highlighted. And it goes, I don't know what you're talking about. So either I just simply put error checking inside this, meaning, hey, if this doesn't work, just set select index to something, it will work. But then that's has an issue. Yep. So yeah, basically one got eaten, and the rest collapses. Universe is destroyed. Reset menus. Roxy. Remove Roxy. Yes. Roxy's been removed. And there we go. See, now Roxy's gone. Oh no, this is your typical error in the code game thing, something like this. Now, if this was an error in the time when it goes to write data to the disk and really screws up, yeah, then that's where I go, this sucks. Yeah, so now we have Roxy is gone. Yeah, I just gotta set the index back to 0, which I should be doing anyway. So yeah. Oh, okay. Now we gotta go back to the guild. Oh, wait. Party member inspection. Just realized something. Adventure recruitment. Under adventure recruitment, this is where you get a new character, or insert or add a character to the active party, which is right now whatever the active party is. Ah, yes. So that's where I need to add next is the adventure recruitment. I need to add 2 items here to get the person back. Yes. Ah, excuse me. Good times. Guild Hall. Party inspection. But since I'm not actually saving everything to disk yet, I can hit start and play again. Oh yeah, I would have. Right now I have a data file that's the game save, the save for my experience here, and I would find something I needed to go change fundamentally in the game, like I need to add a whole mechanism inside of a character, and that would then change what kind of data got sent back to disk when you save the character, which then basically changed the data that was on the disk. So when I read back in, everything's wrong. I mean, I had spells, I had wrong spells in the wrong areas. People had abilities that they're not supposed to have because everything got shifted down one. Yeah, just that was great. So I had like a level test party at up to level 15, and I had to like restart them. So they started level 1 again. Treptera, Natasha, Bob, Belinda, Silk, and Roxy. Right. Here. Move. No. Move. Remove Roxy from Silverleaf. Incorrect. What are you doing with that punctuation? That looks goofy. Remove the Roxy. Where did I put it? That's on the confirmation, right? Yeah. Confirm training. Would you like to remove? Take the question mark out there, put it down here. There we go. Change this. Remove. Ensure from active party. What does this look like? Oh, I see. Remove. This should explode. Interesting. Let's go here. Let's go to the choosing yes. Under yes, add member. Right click on add member, go to definition. Add member. Okay, so the basic in the base code here, if the person exists in the party, go ahead and remove them. Remove all instances of that person from the party in case somehow we've added duplicates of people. And then we add them back. Set based operation. It's just faster to instead of trying to iterate through what you need to take out, just remove all instances and then add them back. So removing what I have. Technically, registered party is going to be the guild. Do I handle? Very interesting. All right, let's stop on this. All right, well, I thank you so much for the raids that came in from Wind, from Boolean. Thank you so much for coming in and joining me doing some software development on my game. Hopefully I'll have more of things done and operational as we move forward. I certainly appreciate you dropping by, and hope that it was somewhat entertaining. Hopefully it'll be interesting for you as we move into the future. I'd like to get some gameplay in, and actually get into creating the monsters and battling them and testing them out. That's going to be coming up pretty soon. I figured I have a gentleman I like to watch. His name is Ryan Art. He's making a deck builder type game. He's his own engine and artwork and such, and I think you might enjoy what he's doing. So we're going to go over and see what he is doing today. I certainly appreciate your time with me, and wherever you may be, have a great evening, afternoon, or morning, and thank you so much. Have a good one.